Good morning, everyone. I hope you are starting with a good day. So, today's project we are starting with waste management system. So, this is a part one of it. So, the session's outline is first what is waste, types of waste. So, it is a project which related to like eco-friendly system which can detect biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. So that's why we are learning about what's waste, types of waste, and what is the waste management and advantages of waste management here. So we are gonna start with an activity of classifying the waste materials. So as you all know, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Johnny, Senior Technical Manager from Joint Botics. So I'm been taking this AI and IOT here. So yeah, first what is waste? And waste is any unwanted substance or an object that is no longer useful to us. Right? So people also call it as trash, junk, garbage, and rubbish. So actually, the PPTs are made for 6th and 7th grade children. So even the training is for you guys to teach for younger children, right? So if I take out very basic examples, please don't take it in a serious. For the training is for to teach younger children, right? So the examples will be like that. So yeah, and yeah, garbage and rubbish. So they have a lot of names for waste, right? And so there is two types of wastes that are one biodegradable waste and non-biodegradable waste, as you all know. So waste that decomposes naturally over time. Examples: fruits, vegetables, paper, and dead plants. Everything is those are biodegradable waste, right? And in non-biodegradable waste, we have substances that decomposes naturally, like for example, plastic, metal, rubber, etc., etc. That you all know. Then yeah, we have two types of different bins. Even in we are collecting, like collect while collecting the trash, they use two different kinds of bins, right? Like biodegradable and non-biodegradable, recyclable, non-recyclable. And yeah, so what is waste management here? So waste management is the process of collecting, transporting, and disposing of waste properly. So the cycle goes on like this. We have they'll collect the waste collection is transported through a vehicle to the plant, and there they'll process the waste. Something like so if there is a bio waste, they'll produce biogas with it, and if there is a plastic waste, they'll recycle it and do something else. Like if it's a paper, they'll recycle it. They'll produce recyclable sheets of cardboard or etc. So so waste process, and then we'll get fuel, gas, electricity, whatnot. And there are some advantages of waste management. So this waste management helps us to keep the surroundings clean. It reduces the environmental pollution. It also helps to reduce the consumption of electricity energy sources. And managing the waste saves us from numerous diseases and health problems such as skin infections, parasitic infections, lung infections, etc. So waste management can also increase employment and help people to earn more money. So these are some set of examples from that we can do from waste management. So even so why we choose these kinds of projects are because so even if there is any like a presentation or science expo is there in a school or any other platform there where children can be a little innovative and work. So these topics may help us for the making the environment better. So how many of the projects? So as you all know, there is one project of sea waste collection. It's from engineering students, which has been presented in an expo. So it's just a normal prototype project, but without any uh, restrictions or without any other concerns. The government funded the project, and that project has been used in a lot of places to collect the sea waste. So it's a very simple design. It's like one boat and then one conveyor belt, which is placed in front of a boat in a 45-degree angle. So this conveyor belt continuously moves on, and the boat will move forward or left or right. So as soon it touches the surface of the water, so whatever the, so you know, right, the plastic, all this light weighted waste will flow will be, we can see them floating on the surface of the water, right? So whatever the waste, the solid waste on the water is simply collected by a conveyor belt and take it inside the boat, and then so so it also helped in like clearing a lot of waste from seas and rivers. So in Kolkata it's been using, so it's, the project is from Hyderabad. And yeah, so these kinds of ideas will help them, like encourage them to do something good for the environment. So yeah, so now going into the project, this is classifying the waste. So we have two activities in this module. One is classifying the waste, and second one is setting the environment. Sorry, after that we have after the classifications, we have the recycling block. So where we are, so how are we classifying the waste? So there are two types, degradable and biodegradable. So we are creating a list, so in the from the previous topics. So you're gonna recall the same thing again. So yeah, so setting up the environment. So you know, open picto block, select the background according to your coding environment, then adding up the extension. So this is an AI extension where we are asking the program to detect the objects. So here it not only detects cats and dogs, but it also detects some objects from this extension. So click on add extension button from the bottom left of the corner. So you all know where to add. Bottom left you will find add blocks, and here object detection, just have to add it. Then so we are writing the script. So to do this activity, we need to create two different list of material. One is biodegradable objects like banana, apple, books and pizza. So these are biodegradable, like a lot of food and books. And then non-biodegradable objects are bottle, pen, clock, man-made objects, something like this. And so have to create a block. So to create a block, you all know to go to my blocks, create a block with biodegradable objects, and we have to create non-biodegradable objects as well. We are not taking any input from the list. So let's do it. So this is one list, and second yeah, so we have created two lists here, sorry, two functions here. So anyway, we use this function as a list. Created two blocks of functions, degradable and non-biodegradable. So as you all know, I'll be available in the chat box. So everyone says good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, 33 views count, great. Okay, audio and video, everything is good, right? Fine, right? Yeah. Now we have to create a list named biodegradable or bio and non-bio. Simple. Um, let's do it. So I have to make a list called bio. Yes, similarly we have to connect non-biodegradable also, and then we'll get all the functions of the list. So you can also have observed this palettes here, and now we'll set a background according to our project. So this is something related to environment and eco-friendly. So let's search. So what background should I take? Okay, let's take a field with a city background. Maybe this will work. So it's okay. Yeah. So now we have to add biodegradable objects. So in this list, okay, in this function we are adding all the biodegradable objects that we have discussed. So let's see. So let's make sure that our list is empty. For that we are putting delete all of bio, then add apple, banana, book and pizza. So add item, and in non-biodegradable materials we have to take bottle, pen, scissors and clock. Bottle, pen, so this is one more list. Oh, sorry. We have to add in non-bio. So let's delete. Yeah. Now it will. So initially we have set up all the objects in the list. Then in the main script we have to add biodegradable objects and non-biodegradable objects in the blocks. So in the main script we have written when flag is clicked from the control palette, snap biodegradable objects block from block palette below the green flag. Similarly, snap the biodegradable objects, non-biodegradable objects block from the block palette. So let's do when flag is clicked, go to blocks, adding bio and non-bio list. So we are adding two lists here, and let's move on to the next topic and do it yourself. Let's have some quiz related questions. In the part 2 we have how to make a waste management system, and classifying the waste is done, and displaying the type of waste. So what type of waste it is, have to add the extension and create a block is done. Oh yes, the part 2 is the same. Yeah, so I have to ask, enter the waste, and we have to wait. So ask block will find in this sensing, and then so if bio contains the answer, then say biodegradable, else if non bio contains the answer, then say non biodegradable waste, else say unidentified waste. Because if you enter a object which is not in the list, it can't segregate between bio and non bio, right? So I have to put a statement, say unidentified waste. So let's do it. You can take two if blocks or one if else block, so both are same. So if bio contains the answer, then go to sensing, put the answer here, then you have to say looks of Toby, just put it here. Can also use think. Let's use think for this time for 2 seconds. Let's put 3. And next we are taking another if else block, so you can take this one, if and else, put it here. If non bio contains the answer, I just have to display non bio. Else so these all programs and all the exercises are to like increase the proficiency of this block coding in your like this training sessions. So I request everyone to please follow up all the programs and do it while you are attending the class, so there itself, so that if you have any other doubts also, we'll be here to explain. So in the chat box, let's take one message retracted, so I have a lot of audience here. Yeah, let's run the program now. So run into the waste you have. So I have a book with me. So it's a biodegradable waste. Great. Thank you, Toby. And then if you run the program again, if you want to make the program run continuously, you just put the entire block in forever loop. I'll just do it. So if you put it in forever loop, it will iterate multiple times. You don't have to press the green flag multiple times. It's okay. Now the chat box here. Yes, it's on the left. Enter the waste you have. I have a pen. Non-biodegradable waste. Great. Now I have a pencil. So it is unidentified for now. But if you want to add, you can add it here. So let's try it now. It is biodegradable waste. Great. Now I have a apple with me, biodegradable. So that's how the program works. And please save it like waste management system. Save the project. It's saved. Great. Okay, now let's move on to the next topic. We have speech recognition and natural language processing. So let's go to speech recognition. In the meanwhile, I just want to give you a 2-minute break. So whoever wants to talk or have any doubts or have any sound issues or network display visibility, so please let me know. I'll be available. So if anyone are following the project, I want to do it again. So here is the project. You can just refer it once again. List 1, list 2. Using 2 lists here, taking input from these. Here checking the objects are there or not. Now speech recognition. So the session's outline is to understand how speech recognition works, and have to use AI blocks in PictoBlocks to convert the speech into text. So have to make our own virtual assistant in PictoBlocks. So which is how, like, we're gonna use the extension of this speech into text conversion there. And okay, first how speech recognition works is, so in AI it covers everything related to the making machines smart or intelligent. So whether it's a robot, a refrigerator, a car, or a software applications, if you're making them intelligent, then it is AI, right? So if there is a machine, and we are just simply giving it a little brain, so we are adding one more smart microcontroller. So there are, so even we have ACs and smart ACs, right? So smart refrigerator. So whatever the intelligence, the program that we are adding to that kind of application is called AI, right? So, and little about machine learning. It is commonly used alongside with the AI, but they are not the same thing. AI and machine learning is not the same thing. So, machine learning refers to the system that can learn by themselves, that are getting smarter and smarter over the time with the human intervention. So here, so the machine learning is nothing but we are training training the machine with the help of AI to make the system learn it by itself. So for suppose if you have done a project with your face recognition, right, and we are giving lot of inputs from the camera multiple times. If you have a the face unlock, and it can unlock multiple times, whether if you put in any other position like left, right, up and down, so wherever you put the camera it will detect, right? So in this ML, machine learning, the machine learns to adapt how it can work in multiple cases. So it will get smarter and smarter by over time. So this is called machine learning. So machine learning is a part of AI, right? uh, so AI is a huge topic, huge like circle, and in AI we have a topic called machine learning, but both are important to make the machine smarter. So just like we have a animal classifier, it's an example. And how does humans learn language? First we are into speech processing, right? So from the time we are born, we hear words and sounds around us. Even before we speak, we can hear some words that we start responding to, like words mama, dada, yes and no. Just like we train up our dog. So if he says yes or no, it will stop, right? Like a pet dog. Yeah. Similarly, our brain tries to find a pattern to differentiate various sounds and words and categorize them. So it may seem as though humans are pre-programmed to listen and understand, but it is not so. We have been trained to develop this ability. So for suppose if we are a nomad or we're living in a jungle, we can't communicate with the language but with the sounds. So we have been trained to develop this kind of ability, right? Just like that, we are giving this same speech recognition technology to a machine and training it to detect the speech, the pitch, tone, modulation, or pattern of combining words, giving spaces between words while speaking. So all this has been increased, like in the speech recognition technology has been developed along the same lines as computers are also trained in the same way as humans do. So we are just replicating, understanding our behavior first of all like humans, and then building something similar with the machines we are trying to building, so just to make our work easier, right? So this is the whole process. And how speech recognition works. So speech recognition is a very complex and lot of mathematical equations are involved, as you all know, and let's break this down into simple steps. So for every problem, programmers will think like, so if there is any problem, we have to cut down and break into simple steps, like we can solve piece by piece, right? Yeah. So first the machine has to record the audio file, then it has to break down the audio and extract the consonants and vowels, right? So we have the building blocks of the text, right? Vowels and consonants, so how we speak. are based upon these only, right? So after this process, we get a list of consonants and vowels. So using the word database of the language, the machine tries to identify words from the list and then take the sentence, thus converting the speech into text. So yeah, here some modulations are there in the language. So and even in the accent, some words has been like well pronounced, even if it is the same word. So we will pronounce it in a different way, right? Refrigerator, refrigerator, machine, machine. So there are some local language modulations also, but here the machine will train up in such a way that it breaks down the audio file. So whatever we are giving, so exactly I would like to present in a doc as we are speaking about the audio. So there are some waves. Just give me 1 second. I'll take a whiteboard. Yeah. For suppose we have a mic input. Okay. For suppose this is a microphone, and some speech is coming from this way. So how the speech works is, so it will travel in a way such that the modulations will be captured like this. Though you know this, right? This crust part and the trough part, crust and troughs, and the space between the speech, the modulations of the speech. For suppose I am talking a little louder, so it will be like this, right? And if I'm speaking so softly, it will go like this. And the speed modulation also differs, right? So it is inverted. Just clear this. Yeah. So now we have, so if the machine records a audio file, so it will take this kind of modulated wave from this, it can detect. So it will add up one more file of carrier. So this wave, this extra wave is called carrier. So this will be, this original wave is binded inside the carrier wave. Got it? So these two are carrier waves. So I'm just making you understand how the speech. So speech is something which is related to sound, right? So how the microphone captures it and sends the information to the system. So we are discussing that. So we have this two carrier waves here. So these two are carrier waves. I'll put an arrow mark here. And the wave in the middle, this one. So it is difficult to draw with a mouse. Sorry if I did. Okay, yeah. I'll just put something. So this is the actual message wave. So let's say it's a message wave. So here it will calculate the crust and troughs of so something like, if the pitch is too high, it will take the signal like 1. Got it? And if the pitch is low, it will take the signal like 0. Got it? So if it you can see a grid here, right? So in this grid, in this particular grid, so there will be a lot of signals. So when I'm talking a particular word, suppose I'm talking about, okay, machine learning. Okay, so if the word we have is machine learning, let me scroll it a little. Yeah. So first suppose, so imagine, take this grid from here to here. I'll just do a shape from here to here. If the input word is so input word is this machine learning. Let's try to draw a wave for it, and let's see how we will get the input for. Okay, let's put it up. What can I? Yeah. Okay. So given. Okay, it's okay. We'll draw the wave for this word. So machine learning, when you are doing it, so it will be like, it will start from 0. Let's take machine and space here. So space will go like this, nothing, no input, and learning. So 1 second, I'll just H will go up. So whenever the ovals are there, it will go up. H, I, O, U, E. So these machine, and then there is a space in between, learning. Sorry, it won't go like this. Machine space learning. So for suppose this is there, and the computer will break down these parts into lines. So we'll take a line. So this is one line, and this is another line. Similarly, and there is one more line in the middle. Yeah. So this word is divided into zeros and ones. So if we take it here, if the imagine a very tiny small grid inside it. So for suppose if the machine learning inputs binary is 0 1 0, like that, right? So when it is in the speech, it will take the signals, the waves frequency, right? You have a word called this frequency, waves frequency. Like the frequency is referred to the how many times the wave is frequently moving. So that's how it will take the input. So for suppose we have it from here to here. So the frequency of the waves is 2 waves. Okay, if we take into one single part, imagine it's a one single part. So from here to here, the frequency of waves is 2, right? But here in the same instant of time, so here you can see the grid, right? So in the same instant of time period, like say 1 second. In 1 second, we have 3 waves here. So it will take here the frequency is 2 per second, but here the frequency might be 3 per second. 3 waves per second. So this will calculate how many bits we are getting. So while it demodulating the wave, so this process is called modulation and demodulation. While it demodulated this sound wave, while it demodulates this sound wave, it will get the input of the binary values that are encrypted in the wave. Got it right? So let's switch on to this. So this is message and carrier waves, and then so this breaks down the audio and extracts the consonants and vowels in the building blocks by using the word of database and language. So the machine tries to identify the words from the list and make the sequence, thus converting the speech into text. So for for every binary language here, the frequency of this wave is 2 per second. So then what will it happen? It will take the input and then it will include it, and it will convert this binary values into speech. Thus converts into text. Text. That's how this coder, the encryptor, the decoder, whatever this process works. So here this is till this part, this is one system which recognizes the speech and converts into a text, right? So we have a very good example of one Google Assistant. So it will also take different kinds of modulations, but it is already trained in such a way that to take a lot of voices, whether it's a kid's voice, a male voice, adult male voice, adult female voice. So that it knows already the transformation, like what are there already. And Alexa is Amazon's virtual assistant or AI technology. It uses natural language processing concept. So this process is called natural language processing to convert the speech into sounds, words, and ideas. So right, and let's see how Alexa works. So this is how it works. Just let me check the chat box. If you have any doubts so far, please let me know. So someone asked, sir, what if we give Toby name out of the list like a piece of cotton? Okay. From the previous topic, it will show the answer that it is an unidentified object. Sheikh Samina, sorry Samina, I didn't see your. Oh, you are already responding here. Alexa and Siri. Yes, Siri also. Great. Yeah. Alexa, Siri, even the Google Assistant. But it will show maximum of the text output. For your previous question, so if we give a list like piece of cotton, so it will show the output like unidentified. Thank you for following up. Let's move on. So here the Alexa first records your speech, then the recording is sent to Amazon's server to be analyzed more efficiently. And the server of the Amazon, it's break down the recording into individual sounds as we discussed. It will consult a database containing various words and pronunciations. So as you all know, in the American accent, so we can just say water, but in British accent it's like bottle of water, so the pronunciation is different. So I'm just not mocking anyone. I'm just giving an example. So they will be have lots of O's in their pronunciation. So even in this, we have to select which kind of modulation that we are using. So whether it's a US English accent, Indian English accent, British English accent. So there are multiple type of. It is not a mistake to pronounce in a different way, but our human structure for this terrain, so for Indian terrain, our body is designed like this. Even our vocal cords are designed in such a way to pronounce such kind of words, right? So in Hindi we have all the matras. So, from if a person from another country comes here and speaks Hindi, we can just identify this as not, because we have a differently built vocal cord, just like other system. So we can like pronounce some words in a stressful way, like we can stress some words like vada pav. So the modulation is different. If someone from outside country, they'll just roll out the word vada pav, like some random. So yeah, so that's how even the system will understand the modulations according to the crust and troughs in the signal of the voice that has been received, right? So it then identifies the keywords to make sense of tasks and carry out the corresponding functions. Example, if Alexa notices words like weather or temperature, it will open the weather app, right? So this is just understanding keywords. Oh, okay. Even when we so this keywords concept has been used in, like, while we are making the search in the Google search. So the search engine will take only the keywords, but not the entire line. That okay. So if you give an input like, okay, what is the price of something, so it will show the matched results depending upon the keywords, right? Similarly, it identifies, even the voice assistant identifies the keywords to make sense of the task and carry out responding functions. Example, if Alexa notices a word like weather or temperature, and if it notices like music, play music or something, it will also, yeah. And then Amazon server send the information back to your device is the fourth step. So if the Alexa needs to say anything back to you, it will go through the same process as described above, but in reverse order, right? So first it identifies the keywords of from the system, which is anything is related to. For suppose if I ask question to Alexa, what is the weather outside? So it will say, it will take the keyword weather from my, like, breaking down my voice. It will take the input, the keyword, and the word is matched with the server's input. So whatever the server has, the database has this one, and anyway it is connected through internet, right? So in the internet the weather is already feeded from our weather stations, right? So when it is replying me back, so it will go in the reverse process. So the weather is this 36 degrees and it is sunny outside, right? So it will take the temperature and it will convert these words into a voice signal, right? That's how it will give us the output of the signal. So it's actually a lot older technology that we've been using here, but now it is just built it up with AI so much. We even in the radio time, where we are using the telephones and all, this process is there, but we are just glorifying it with AI. We are adding one more, just making it a little smarter, right? Yeah. Listening, speaking, responding, and processing. Okay, I'm just making it so: listening, processing, responding, speaking. Listening, speaking, responding, processing. Two circles if you're talking. Now let's make our own Alexa. This is the activity. So before this activity, I would like to give a break of 5 minutes for you guys. So if you have any doubts or Anything? Let's try to make the session interactive. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Samina. Thank you for responding. Yeah. Okay. Make your own Alexa. Is the activity? So let's get back on 10. Yeah, we'll start the session again in 5 minutes. I would like to give a short break of 5 minutes. Okay guys, let's start the activity again. I'll just put this display here. Yeah. So there are some songs of Spider-Man, Mario, and then you can download it from the link. Okay, I'll just try to download it for first, and then sure from HTTP. So we have to automatically redirect it. I'll just download the song for Spider-Man. Then Mario also I'll download. Yeah. Let me check whether it's okay or not. So there are some songs of first download the song Spider-Man. Mario also I'll download. Yeah. Yeah, I've checked it. Okay. So yeah, we have two songs now. We have to follow the steps to set up the stage. Now switch the soundbar tab and select the upload sound from the left corner and select the two sounds that have been downloaded in the open sounds. Then delete the grunt sound from the library. Okay, I will like to get my headphones here. 1 second, just give me. So yeah, now let's add the extension of text to speech. So I'm gonna save the project first. So it's done, I guess. I will save the project. Yeah. Now we'll take a new file and take speech to text, text to speech, sorry. So we did text to speech here, and we have these three blocks, and then we have to take recognize speech in the for 4 seconds in US slang, US accent. So using English in of United States, and this will be the program. So I'm gonna explain it line by line. So let's start. So when flag is clicked, first recognize the speech. So we need speech recognition also here. Real-time speech recognition. And okay, let's give me 1 second. I'll just. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. We are back online. So we have to select this real-time speech recognition, and also we might need speech to text is done. Yeah. Okay. So now in the speech recognition, we have to recognize the speech for 5 seconds. 4 and 5, everything is fine. Now if the condition is this contains Super Mario, then speech recognition we have to take contains if else block. So if then and else, if Mario. So we are just taking the keyword. So when we speak, the speech result should contain Mario, right? So we are taking this AI speech recognition contains Mario. Then speak playing Mario song and play the song Mario until done. Now play sound Mario until done. So we have to go to sounds, have to add sound here, and we have to add from our we have to upload it. Upload a Mario song. So we have imported one, and then this is Spider-Man. So this is the entire. So you can change the modulation also here, and you can make it cut a little. So this is how it goes. And even the Spider-Man, if we put it here, you can select the audio from here. I'm going to delete this grunt. So in the blocks, so we have to play the sound of Mario until done. I have to go to sounds. So this one we are using now itself. Have to take start sound. This is better because until done is a lot of time. Or else you can just press this stop button and it will stop. Start Super Mario sound. Then else, if the recognition result is Spider-Man, have to play a speech, play the sound of Spider-Man song until done. Sorry, if else I am unable to understand the command. Let's do it. Duplicate the same block, put it in here. Don't need to have the recognition window. Have to allow the microphone. We did this. Spider-Man or Spider-Man, anything is fine. Playing. So start the sound of Mario or change to Spider-Man. Else have to speak sorry right. Let's see whether it's taking the input or not. I'll just take a backdrop of music system. Yeah, something like a spotlight would be better. Toby is on stage and he will sing. He will sing the song. Yeah, let's start. So the camera input is here.
Sorry, I cannot understand.
So for this you need play Super Mario song.
Playing Super Mario song.
Play Super Mario song.
Playing Super Mario song.
Let me check.
Sorry, I
check.
cannot understand.
Okay. Yeah, this is how it works. One, so that's why I'm just making sure it will work. So this is speaking, right? So yeah. So this is how it works, and then we'll try to test Spider-Man as well once, and then. So if you have any doubts or queries here, you can just ping me on this one chat box. Okay, let's test the Spider-Man. Hey Toby, please play Spider-Man song. Toby, play Spider-Man.
Sorry, I cannot understand.
Toby, please play Spider-Man. Toby, play Spider-Man song.
Sorry, I cannot understand.
Here is different, right? So you can play something like you can also ask the your system to play any other. So you can have to. So here what we did is let's check in the program. So we have recognized speech for 5 seconds. So whenever we press this, so it is opening a recognition window where it is. So now it will start.
Sorry, I
So it will
cannot
recognize the
understand.
speech for 5 seconds from here to here, and then after recognizing, if the speech result, so 5 seconds delays, this input time is there, right? In this time, if it is recognizing some word related to Mario, so and then it will speak playing Super Mario song, and it will start the sound Mario. Else the speech recognition results contains the Spider-Man. So we are putting in if else block. So this statement becomes elif statement, elif condition. So speak playing Super Mario song and start the sound of Spider-Man. So now else sorry, I cannot understand. So that is a loop exit output, so that if it doesn't recognize anything, the keywords, it will just exit sorry, I cannot understand, right? So this is a fun activity, I guess, according to the speech recognition. I'll save the project here. That's done. Now yeah, this is DIY, do it yourself. So I have to complete the quiz, submit the quiz, and download the picture blocks, right? So yeah, so far if you have any doubts regarding this, you can ask me. So last 10 minutes we will dedicate for this chat. Okay, thank you so much for your response, Samina. Only you are responding, so everyone else is good morning, good morning. Yeah, but yeah, thank you. So if you can do it, and try to maintain this coins in your account, so that only there are few credits. So 986. So these credits you might need for like using some these kinds of software. So this one requires internet, requires coins. So some need coins, and computer vision is also there. object, brand, and celebrity. So we're gonna do this thing tomorrow, computer vision part, and we also have recognition cards, QR code scanners. So these are all AI techniques that we will use later on. So if you have any, like, you're curious and you want to learn a little earlier, you can just go to PictoBlocks. You can find these blocks and try to integrate with them. So this trigger webhook is nothing but its application of an IoT, right? Webhook, and this is IoT. So this is connecting the physical systems, like connecting into a network, like GPS, the internet, cloud, the Wi-Fi, whatever. And IFTT is called is like a webhook. So it's internally it is hooking the applications in the internet, right? So yeah, and this data logger is writing a program to create a sheet, so you can integrate speech to the data. So if you are doing any sheet, so you don't need to type, you can just can talk, and then so you can program something like that. Have musics, have pen, video sensing. So this is one more. Makey is one controller, so where you can make the things and translate. So yeah, there are a lot of projects and been adding this thing. So yeah, if you have any doubts, I'll be available here for 10 more minutes. So I'll just do the chat. So we have covered 3 topics today as well. Speech recognition. Speech recognition. So tomorrow we have natural language processing, and then we have covered waste management system, part 1 and 2. So if you have doubts so far, please. Just put Q&A. Notes, please, you can follow this. Here we have just scrolling it up and down, so you can just take a screenshot or whatever from the video. So any doubts from this theory so far? So if you have any doubts between the wave propagation, how the sound waves and everything will work, so if you have any doubts, please let me know here, because most of you maybe not from electronics background, right? So some maybe from the programming. So this is all the electronics part. So what's happened inside uh, the speech processor, modulator, demodulator, so all these parts we use for this thing. Even the mic, the microphone that we use in our phones every day, speaker. Yeah. So, what is going on in offline session? We are doing practical on Quarky. Can we have some practical on Quarky in online also? Um, and Dina is saying no doubt, sir. All clear. Okay, great. Thank you, Dina Tiwari. So yeah, actually, the Quarky is a hands-on this thing, right? But I can do one thing. I just come and display whatever the things are there. So with so in the live it is not possible, right? So in the live it is like we cannot put this 1 second. Yeah. So yeah, we will try to look into to get the Quarky bot and just display from it. But it is better to have it in hand because it is a different experience, right? So the hands-on session means like while you are doing it, you will get to know about it more. If I just display it, you won't understand. Is what I felt in the previous session. So I didn't do what the yeah. So thank you. Yes, Samina will try to figure out this practical sessions somehow. Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the responses. I hope you got a little more content in today's class. So like to make it more interactive. That's what I appreciate. So thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna wind up the session. Next session will start at 10:45. So you're gonna have a break of 15 minutes, 15, 16 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah. Good morning, everybody. I request you to please put in the chat box if I'm audible. Yeah. So I request you all to please put it in the chat box if I'm audible. If so, I will start with the class. Please let me know. Today our session will be about the risks in blockchain, because so far we have discussed all the advantages and very few challenges of them, but then here we are going to get a lot more about this. So I request you all to please put it in the chat box. I hope I'm audible. Please let me know. Once I get confirmation from you people, I will start with the class today. Yeah, audible. Great. I got a response. So I will start off with the class and I hope you all respond in the same way. Good morning. Yeah. Great. So I hope you all are with me. Just yeah, audible. Great. So today our topic is ethical discussions. Okay, so first thing we'll discuss benefits, which we already know in previous classes, and the second thing is risks of blockchain. So here the point is, first of all, what does the word ethical mean? What does the word ethical even mean? I want you all to put up in the chat box, what does ethical mean? It doesn't have to be any big definition or so. In general, what is ethical? Ethical is I just want in your words, because I want to keep it interactive. I can tell the answer right away, but then yeah, there's a little lag, so please put up that message and we will continue. So yeah, before we get into it, I want you all to tell me what is ethical, and today in our class we will learn how to tackle these ethical situations which we are going to face. We also have an activity, and what are the benefits of tackling them, and what are the risks of blockchain when we use this blockchain technology or so. Please let me know if I should be louder or this voice is clear or anything like that. If it's not, again please let me know. Please put up in the chat box what is ethical. Once you answer that question, then only we can go into the topic today. It's clear, okay, but I just want you all to answer for the question, what is ethical? Okay, I hope I'll be getting answers, but then I want to continue in the same. Okay. Anyways, so first thing, we have an activity which we'll get back, but initially let me give you a small thing about this. So let's come up with a hypothetical situation where you might be facing a ethical condition. Like let me take an example. Let's say in voting system, your identity, let's say in a small school, okay, there's a good manner. Yes, ethical means something which you're going to do, like let's say ethical hacking. We all have heard about this word called ethical hacking. So in ethical hacking, the word, like let's say you're going to hack somebody's account, but for the good. That is called ethical hacking. So, we can use this ethical hacking in order to reduce fraud. I mean, like to identify who's doing the fraud, and maybe we can use it to, get the information about our enemies who are trying to, attack on us. So, the thing which you do, even though if it's bad, but then if you're doing it for a good cause, it can be called as ethical. And one more meaning of ethical is like, let's say, a situation where something should be provided but it is not being, so we can say it's not ethical. Where it is required yet not being provided, where they can do it yet not doing it. Okay, so that is one more example of ethical. So here in this activity, we'll discuss about this activity in detail again, but let's say there's a thing called elections in school. That is the most common thing that really happens. So when this happens, let's say, good morning. Let's say if we put elections, and when we talk about blockchain, the first thing we remember is like this, the ID numbers, like the ID cards which the students have. And with that ID card number, that's a unique thing, so they casted their vote or so. But then here, revealing, not just in the school elections, but in general, revealing the, identity of the voter, whoever is doing, like his or her details, it's not ethical. That should not be discussed, because it might, make unnecessary issues or problems among the students and in the school. So this is, let's say, by blockchain, by having ID cards as their unique numbers, this might actually affect the privacy, or the blockchain which we build up is not really good. So this is an ethical situation about not revealing the identity of the voter. So let's say that is one. Next, okay, like when we talk about this activity, when we'll get back once our class is done. So before that, participants are presented with hypothetical scenarios which might happen related to blockchain technology, and are asked to discuss the ethical considerations involved. So what is this ethical consideration? Ethical consideration is nothing but the points that might rise up while designing one blockchain, and how do we tackle with it, what to do for making it right. So what type of situations might come in, so that's what they'll have to design and ask. And then purpose of the activity, like why do we need this activity? Like before, we need to understand the blockchain. That was great. Before that, we did an activity about the case study in order to relate it to real world examples. Just like that, what is the purpose of this activity? So in order to engage the participants, the students, and encourage critical thinking about the ethical implications of blockchain technology. And once they are good with this point, they'll understand the whole other PPT, and maybe this whole thing might take one class, like if you're planning for 45 minutes or so, in order to make this activity get done. So today, even we will be doing that, the activity part, but then we did not get any response from the concerned people about having a Google Meet. I want you all to tell me if you are okay with joining a Google Meet in order to make even the online sessions interactive. Even to make it like, it's not just about the chat box, but in real time where you can ask questions and we can do the activity all over. I want you all to please put up in the chat box so that we can put up a request there as well. Please let me know if you're okay with a Google Meet or Zoom link where online sessions can be done in an interactive way. Please put it in the chat box. That would be really helpful for you as well as for us, and it's very nice to do activities together, and the training will be more effective compared to this regular one. So meanwhile, I'll be diving into the presentation, but I want all your inputs into the chat box so that I can we can put up a request regarding the same. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So, if I get more than 7 to 10 people who are okay with the Google Meet, I can just put up this message. Anyways, so let me move forward. First thing, we already learned a lot of benefits about blockchain, and that's the reason in this presentation we have just put it short in order to not repeat the topics again and again, where everything is covered in one single thing. So coming to this benefits of blockchain, transparency. First thing, transparency. Transactions recorded on blockchain are transparent and immutable. That means they cannot be changed. Enhancing accountability and trust. Yes, okay, I've got nice responses. So today we'll be putting up a message, and the activities which we missed in the online session will be repeated again, so that we can plan up one whole session for the same. And maybe we can put that up in live, and it will be both, like whoever are okay with the meet will be joining that, and rest will be in the live sessions. So yeah, coming back to this point, transparency, which we already know, in that it's not immutable, so nobody can change. And enhancing accountability, so as everything is made a note of, right, where everything is made a note of, so it's trustable and accountable. But then when we talk about this, it looks like blockchain technology is really good enough. It doesn't have any risk, it doesn't have any challenges, it's great. But then today is like the other side of the blockchain, where we are going to see the dark side of the blockchain, I would say, where all the risks, like what all might happen, and why people are not into blockchains and why people are into blockchains. So coming to that part, security, that we already discussed, let's get back to that later on. But then let's start with the risks and challenges. So first thing, privacy concerns. Let's say while transactions are pseudo-anonymous, they are still traceable, raising privacy concerns. So let's say I made a blockchain of myself, and we all learned that the transaction, like the hash, header, transaction, all these together are one block, and that will be like one unique ID. So let's say in order to convert my message into this ethical is something that is right. Yes, perfect answer. So is it too laggy that I asked this question so long back and I got the answer now? Anyways, so I'll just continue. Blockchains, so let's say I have one big blockchain, and in that I didn't add many algorithms. Maybe I just added like one or two. Pseudo-anonymous means, okay, what does here let's say pseudocode. I hope you know the pseudocode is nothing but it's a combination of numbers and combination of the data which is already there. Here anonymous is nothing but you don't know who it is. So pseudo-anonymous is nothing but a code with anonymous numbers where nobody can actually trace it. I hope it is clear. It's nothing but a transaction ID or some unique ID, which is a combination of both data and the transaction in it and all the timestamp. Like with that, it's with, as we discussed, with different algorithms. And when you see that code, do you even identify that it is particular persons or this is a particular transaction? No. So here we can say that pseudo-anonymous because it's anonymous. You might not know about whom it is or whose transaction it is or etc. So that is the reason it is called pseudo-anonymous. And why are they still traceable? As we are discussing, let's say I have a very small blockchain and I just added like one or two algorithms, and every time it will be the same. Like if there are only two algorithms, the combinations are 1 2 2 1. That's it, right? It's not more than that. So if a person like outsider can just trace that two algorithms, can he or she easily get my data? Because it's just decoding only two transactions, two algorithms, right? So can I say that the my privacy, like my data, is already compromised if it is traceable by just two? So if you, in order to make a strong blockchain, you'll have to have numerous number of algorithms, but here when we talk about this, we know that it's still traceable if it's only very little algorithm, and like once the algorithms are known, it's very easy for the third party or the hacker or the bad person to simply track the data, as it is immutable, it will never be changing. And once they crack the algorithm of how it has been run, it's very easy. Then the second one is scalability issues. Blockchain networks may face challenges in handling large volumes of transaction efficiently. So let's say here we have a concept called immutability, right? So let's say I'm in a company and my salary so far is like some 25,000, and after some a year or month or whatever, so it got increased to 35. So when we talk about this, the details about 25 are also there, the details about 35 are also there, and so on. So having the previous data is not really necessary, but because of its immutability, it is going to be a big problem. Like it's going to be a very big challenge to handle the large volumes of all these data transactions. So that is one. Blockchain networks, that is what they are going to face. And let's go to the next one. Before we even go deep into the risks about these, the things which we face in blockchain, let's talk about things like how blockchain gives ethical implications for, like how it affects the society, or what social impact does it have, what are the advantages of it. So because we should also always discuss good and bad side of a certain thing. So when you come to this ethical implications, first thing is financial inclusion. So let's discuss what that means. Blockchain has the potential to provide financial services to unbanked population, promoting economic empowerment. So let's say blockchain has the potential to provide. So maybe I am a person who doesn't really believe in this, banks or a person or where I want to put my money into. But then I don't want to even believe in this physical currency, because I think I might lose, and I can, that I don't have a thing about it. So when we talk about this, as blockchains, as cryptocurrencies especially, are they are the digital currency which is not physically present, but it holds certain amount of value. So when we say that, blockchain, of course, the cryptocurrency can provide financial services to unbanked population, that is nothing but people who are not interested in bank, promoting economic empowerment. So we are allowing these people to use cryptocurrencies, and we are providing economic empowerment to the same, right? Can I say that? You are literally providing services where they don't have to trust, right? So that is one. Next, let's talk about the impact. Okay, we are in this data privacy, right? Yeah. When we talk about the data privacy, balancing the benefits of transparency with the need of data privacy and protection. So here we can say something like, when we were discussing about the structure of a block, we had header, we had transaction, we had hash. So when we were talking about the blockchain and how it will be, we also spoke that the the transaction, whatever is in the transaction, or whatever the data part, it cannot be seen by anybody, though it is transparent, but you will know the hash and header with which you can decode the data, but then you won't be able to see the data, though it is transparent, right? So that is one. Now let's discuss about the social impact which we have, like how it is benefiting the society, or how it is benefiting us by providing this blockchain. Okay, yeah. So coming to this, decentralization, which we already discussed like many times, and I hope you remember what is decentralization meaning. So, empowering individuals and community by reducing reliance on centralized authorities. What is centralized authorities? Centralized authorities. Can I say it's like one man show where one single person or the boss decides to do what should be happening or what should not be happening. So, can I say that? But then, and I don't know if you saw people or with mentalities where they do not like to work under somebody, right? So when these, especially people like those, ownership will be there. Yes. Okay. Good morning. Okay, is there any other answer? Okay, anyways, before that, let's talk about this. Okay, where we are encouraging many other people to come into this decentralized blockchain systems, where their values or their ideologies or their point of views are respected. Of course, when we talk about decentralized systems, that is what we mean, right? Everybody's ideas are respected, and everybody, like they can put up their point, and where everybody else, with this called conscientious mechanism, where everybody else will come up with the same. They will vote, and after the voting system, whichever wins, like if everybody finds it's feasible or not, they will go with it. So let's say every person in that company or in that particular blockchain, when they have value, when they have authority as well, don't you think you're encouraging more people to get into jobs even without like having a particular thing over them, like you can't have any bossism over them, but then yet all of them are. Yeah, we are getting the responses very late. There's a little lag, so I get it, but it's okay, I'll keep answering. If you have any questions also, we'll discuss once I get the responses in the chat box. So yeah, the next one is disruption of traditional industries. What is traditional industry? What is this traditional part? So when we can say this, the regular things which are used right now so far, like where one person will come up with a company, he will hire few people, and those people are what do we say, like they are put up like for some more people under them, and the whole company runs, but the ownership or the authority is only with that one person. So that is nothing but the traditional industry. So here we are disrupting then, we are disruption of tradition, like we are changing that concept. We are no more, see, when we spoke about technology, I got a wonderful answer that overcoming the traditional methods by coming up with innovative and better better way of dealing with a problem, or so by tackling a situation. So here we are trying to disrupt all the traditional methods, traditional industries, because it has its own like disadvantages. So for people who don't like to be in these traditional industries, we are showing them potential job displacement and socio-economic impacts as blockchain disrupts traditional business models. So we are coming up with thing like decentralized business model where everybody gets to see. So when the person is in your company, first of all, he'll be there for you no matter what, because he also has a right in it. Can I say that? And for the best example for this would be that software before it got super boomed in like India or so, all the companies started giving shares to their employees, right? As a part of the salary, they started giving shares to their employees. So now they also have the authority. So can we say the blockchain technology has been used in that concept? Might not be. See, blockchain technology should not be something software or something like physically present. All these concepts also mean blockchain. Okay. So can I say that all those companies kind of use the decentralization in their company, though they have an owner? Because once you give your stocks to people, like in your own employees, they will have a right. At the same time, they will be interested to work because now they are also a part of the company. So now we are literally, that means we are disturbing the regular ones, and we are, you know, giving more importance for the same, right? So it's decentralized again, and we are providing a job displacement. If you are coming up with blockchain technology and like you're implementing all this in your own company or so, so people would be interested, though you're a new company, because it's a new method. It's not the regular old traditional business model. So can I say that? And so these are the social impacts. I want you all to put any other two social impacts by blockchain, like any other concept or any other example. So please make sure you put up a question, you put up an answer. How how blockchain technology socially impacts the society? Okay, how it is advantageous or how is it helping? I want you to put up in the chat box. uh, I'll be waiting for your answers. I know there's a little lag or so, but I request you all to please put it in the chat box. I am having an eye on the chat box, so like I want to put this, I want to keep this interactive. Any other social impact by blockchain technology? So these two I have discussed, but there are a lot more out there. I want you to put them in the chat box. Please keep this interactive. I would request at least 2 to 3 answers in the same. I am waiting for your answers. I know there's a lag, but then if you could answer, the social impacts, it'll be even more, what do we say, impactful when we go on with the class. And also, we have an activity to be discussed. So, once can you please repeat the question? Sure. The question is, how blockchain technology socially impacts the society? How can blockchain technology have social impact on the society? So here we discuss two things: decentralization and independence or environment sustainability. Okay, so yeah, independence is a very nice answer. So where the environment, like, yeah, the sustainability, interdependence for environment sustainability. Okay, but then how come I mean, I didn't get your point. How are we interdependent here? Okay, so yeah, now I got your point. Let's say, as we all belong to one blockchain, we go for each other, we stand for each other, because everybody has value and everybody is, like, together in this. So there's interdependence between them. If one person goes down, everybody will be going down because it's connected. We all are a team. It's a blockchain. That is a very nice answer. I'm very glad you're, communicating for, yeah, independent, for the environment sustainability, where we can survive because we are interdependent, as we will be in one single blockchain. Let's a company. So I request you all to put at least 1 or 2 questions more. Meanwhile, I will be going to the challenges part. Each one can be part of whole. Yes, perfect. One person can be a part of whole thing. I mean, everybody has the right. So everybody is a team. Again, coming back to the same point, right? Next, here these are the risks we are going to face when we talk about the blockchain. Okay, so far we have discussed all the positives. That is only 1 or 2 risks we have discussed, which was already told to you in the other classes, right? So now we are going to deep into the risk part of the blockchain, where he or she, I mean, every individual should be very much cautious about these type of risks and challenges and should be planning accordingly in order to have a proper running blockchain. So here the first one is regulatory uncertainty. The point here is different, but I want you all to tell me a point which we already discussed about regulatory. So okay, before you put it, I'll just tell what we discussed before, where regulatory in the sense, let's say we have miners, and we also discussed that these miners are the one who are going to check all the transactions and identify if there is any replica or duplication or stealing of the data. So, but is there anything that the miners will be there always? Is it like one by one? Is it like a shift? No. The miners come according to their own, their own possibility whenever it's possible for them and whenever they want to do it. So there won't be any regularity for this. So that is one big issue which we already discussed in the previous class. So coming to this part, coming to this regulatory or uncertainty about how governments will regulate cryptocurrency and blockchain based assets. So when we talk about this, we never know if, let's say, if we have India, and we never know if India will accept cryptocurrency as a form of currency, and we never know the acceptance of it and how far we can take it or not, right? So can I say it's not yeah, one second, yeah. So can I say we cannot actually rely on it, right? And once the government would not accept it, you can't do anything about it, even if you know the cryptocurrency. I mean, even if you have the cryptocurrency, even if you have some asset related to it, if you can't use it for the payment methods, there is no point. And the next one is compliance requirements for projects involving tokenization or initial coin offerings. How many of you all know what is ICOs, that is initial coin offerings? Please tell me the difference between IPO, initial public offerings, and ICO, initial coin offerings. I want each of you to put up a message about what is the difference between IPO and IPO and ICO. Once you can tell me the difference, we can discuss about what is this compliance requirements for project. I want you all to please put it in the chat box. I'll be waiting, because if you understand that concept, it's just very easy for us to understand the rest. I request you to please put the difference between IPOs and ICOs, where the full forms are initial public offerings and initial coin offerings. Before you tell me the difference, I will just discuss what they are, okay? You tell me the difference. Meanwhile, here. So let's say for everything for you to develop, you need a token amount. So here in blockchain, especially in cryptocurrency, there are things like token amount, or let's say you want to open a company and you are open for this public offerings, where people will put their money into your company in return, where you will be giving them something like a share, a part of your company, or percentage of your company, or a share in your company. So just like that, even for cryptocurrencies, I hope you all remember Dogecoin. There are many cryptocurrencies which are like, they cost very less. So like for 1 rupee you would have got 10 points or so. Sorry, 10 coins or so. So in that, one example is Dogecoin. Dogecoin before, even though now it is cheap enough, but then Dogecoin before was, it was just like 10 coins for 1.5 rupee or so. So you would have bought like literally 100 of them. Now, same Dogecoin, each coin costs 12 rupees. I know it's a very small development, but this ICO is helping in the growth of the Dogecoin. So the more people buy it, the more the value will be increasing. So here, as I told, some time back, the Dogecoin was just a rupee or so for like 10 coins. And now each Dogecoin is 12 rupees. For us, 12 rupees might be less, but the value that has been growing, that is the point. And again, I want you all to put up a message about the difference between IPO and ICO. Then only we can move forward. Please keep the chat interactive. Please let me know. Please put it in the chat box. If you have any questions also, you can ask me. I wouldn't mind getting interrupted, but then you not talking would kind of not be okay with me. I want this to be super interactive. Please put the difference. The question is, what is the difference between IPO, initial public offering, and initial coin offering, ICO? What is the difference? Should I put up that question as well in this? What is the IPO and CO? So that is the question. I want you all to add it into the chat box, and I request you all to please answer the question as well. I'll just wait for a minute. If I don't get any answers, I'll move on to the next topic, but we will get back to the question as well. So far I am not getting any responses. Anyways, okay, I'll start off with the next topic, but I really hope you would be responding, for the question later on. Maybe because of the lag or so, you're not able to, answer the same. So the next one is centralization risk. So when we talk about blockchain, we are already telling that it's decentralized. IPOs are for the people and ICOs are for the investors. Okay, that's a nice answer. So IPOs, that is public, where IPO is used, all these funds are used for the people, and ICO is nothing but the investors come up with this concept called ICO, where they in return the the person investing might get the shares or something related to the companies, right? So now, as again, like IPO is nothing but it's for people, and ICOs is nothing but the investors. So when you want to start a cryptocurrency or a blockchain, you might initially need a coin offering where people will buy. Like, let's say they are putting money into your company, so you're giving them in return the coin. It is nothing but the Dogecoin, as we were discussing. And the more people take it, the more value it has, and the more value it has, it is going to cost as much as the demand also. Where we already discussed that point about Bitcoin. Next, centralization risk. Here, centralization risk is like, when we talk about blockchains, we are already telling that it's completely decentralized. And what is why is it again coming back to the point called centralized? Why do you think it can, is there really a chance that it can be centralized also? So let's discuss that now. Centralization of mining power in proof of work blockchains, where a few mining pools control a significant portion of network's hash rate. So let's say we have a blockchain of around 15 people, and in that 9 to 10 people pool together, all the miners, they come aside. So can I say that the rest are, it's becoming centralized because these 10 people who are aside are having the control, because most of them support. Like let's say in that 10 in that whole blockchain, one person came up with some idea, and in that, as these people are together, they are a pool. All the 10 to 15 people, like whoever is on their side, will be accepting it, and maybe it's not ethically correct, or maybe it's not really necessary. And as these people are forming pools and they become one single team, it's going to affect all of them. And especially there's a like 99% chance that it will become centralized if the blockchain is related to proof of work. So let's say that is one big problem. Let's say there's a blockchain, and trust me, if it's 50%, it's half. No, there's no tie. There's a tie, and there's no one side. But even if in a blockchain 51% of people are 51% of the people are one side, you already lost the blockchain, because they will have all the authority as they have more percentage of people, even with 1%. So the next one is, governance decisions are dominated by a small group of stakeholders, leading to control over network protocol changes. So when we talk about this, let's say in a blockchain or in a company, I have around 100 stakeholders. So let's say each stake is given one decision. So now when I talk about this, I am one person equal to 100 decisions, because I have 100 stakes in the same. So let's say all others have one, and they are around 50, and I have 100 in it, like the total 150 stakes, and I am already the owner of 100, and they are 50. There are 50 people. Here I'm just one person, but I will be having the authority, because I have 100 stakes and I am equal to 100 decisions. So it's just like a small group. Here I'm one man, but then of course in a small group where they have most stakes, and the other people have less, but then the people there are more. So this will with knowingly or unknowingly, this will make them control the whole network. So the whole point of decentralization in blockchain is already vanished. So this is one of the very biggest challenge that in blockchain you might face, where if it is becoming centralized. Here we are striving in order to change the regular methods, right? The regular business models where there is one authority and he or she will go on. But then here, this is what we mean, like we are trying to remove the risk of centralization, and then, but still in blockchain technology, though our main aim is to have decentralized systems, knowingly or unknowingly we are getting back to the centralized system models. So these are two challenges. The next one is security vulnerabilities. So just let's have a reading about it, and then we'll discuss the same in very better way. So first thing, 51% attacks. As I told, when a single entity or group controls the majority of the network's computing power, allowing them to manipulate transactions. As I was speaking again, a very big group, as in a blockchain everybody has access, that's what we wrote. And if that 51% comes aside, they can at least think of manipulating the transactions. They can think of changing the rules in it, because they have the maximum number. So do you think now your transactions are secure if it's like one side show, where most of the majority is going on the other side, and the rest people's security or data is already compromised? Can I say that? So isn't that one of a big challenge? And the next one is smart contract vulnerabilities. What was smart contract? We already had a class regarding that, and again I will put one more messages, what is smart contract, so that you can answer, because otherwise if I'm just asking in this, nobody is answering. So I put up one more question. What is a smart contract? This one we have already discussed before, and I want you all to answer the same. If you put up the answer anyways, I will be taking the class, but I want you all to remember what we discussed before. So yeah, circling back to this point, coding errors or loopholes in smart contracts that can be exploited by attackers to steal funds or disrupt operations. So when we talk about this part, let's say in a smart contract where we developed a code for a certain thing, and there is a very tiny error or a very tiny loophole which was not rectified while testing, because maybe in that testing part this was not required. And don't you think with that one single loophole, the whole data can be exploited and the attackers can simply steal funds because all your data is already there? Can I say that? So that is one big problem. Smart contracts are self-executing contracts in terms of code. That's a perfect answer. So like by following some set of rules and some set of set conditions, if they are accepted or so, it's simply that's how the code is automatically generated. So let's say in the generated code, if there is even a tiny small error or loophole, your data again is compromised. And why am I getting answers from only one person? I request you all others, even though you're right, even though you're not right, please try to put up your answers in order to keep it communicating, like in order to have a discussion and not just me telling you listening. I don't want, if it's only for one or two people, there is no point in me even taking time out for the same, right? Please try to keep it interactive. Please try to answer the questions. Please try to keep it. If you have even a single silly question, I am open to all the questions. And also when I ask a question or so, that means you're supposed to know about it, without which you might not understand the next concept. That is the reason we ask you to put messages. I got one more answer. Smart contracts are scripts that automate the actions between two parties. Smart contracts do not contain legal language, terms and agreements, only code that executes actions. Yeah, that's a right answer. Let's say a person came up with certain set of rules. He or she will not have any paper agreement or so, but then whatever the conditions are there, they are simply kept, if they are met, they are simply added. If the conditions are set like this, if, as we were speaking when we talk about smart contracts, it's nothing but if and then. So if these conditions are met, then the code is generated. So far, though the smart contracts are efficient enough, but even if one small error, your data is already exploited. And digital contract in code, yes, great. I'm so glad I'm getting answers now. Let's keep going. So next, private key compromise. If a user's private key is stolen or leaked, attackers can gain unauthorized access to their funds or data. So speaking of this, let's say in a blockchain, A and B are friends. A has said his or her code to B because they were super close and they wanted to share their data. So, and after a while or so later on, they have been in a fight, or the B has gone to the 51% or 50% of the other side in the blockchain. If this happens, B can simply leak or steal the data from A, and now the attackers can be any person. They have gained unauthorized access for the details of A. Yeah, I got one more answer. Smart contracts are scripts that automate the actions between two parties, of course. So it's done automatically without any paper or legal entity or something written. It's simply the code. You give this, if this is met, then simply that is executed, right? So the next one, private key compromise. As we were discussing, if it's between two parties and B is no more in the this set of blockchain, your data is leaked, and of course you're giving access to the attackers or the third party people or unauthorized people who are not supposed to have your data or funds, right? So this is one what we say, or like one more challenge in security. So here all the 3 points are affecting the security. That is, if 51% comes aside, you're already attacked. Second thing, smart contract. If there is one error, again your security is compromised. And your private key, if it's leaked, that is also compromised. So here all these points indicate all the security things. So let's see what we will come back to this point where we were discussing before. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, so for about the social impact we were discussing, right? Each one can be part of the whole. Yeah, independence. I got interdependence for environmental sustainability for the same, for the social impact. And I also want you all to not just put the social impact, also the ethical implications. What is ethical implication and how it is helping. So, okay, anyways, we'll just go back to the activity part and then come back again. So here, as I was speaking, we have to come up with an activity. Just give me a minute, I'll open that part. Yeah, so this one, designing an ethical blockchain voting system. So let's say as a teacher, this is especially for teachers and you are going to teach your students about the ethical challenges they will be facing. So let's start off with this. So the objective is nothing but students should be designing a blockchain based voting system for the university students council election while considering ethical implications. Okay, so for our benefit, we'll add one more question called what is ethical implication? So I want you all to answer this as well. What is ethical implication in general terms? Once you answer this question, you will be understanding why we should put up a thing about this ethical implementation into activity in order to make them understand even better concepts. So ethical thinking, ethical hacking, ethical reservations, ethical part, this is very much important in any technology, because with every new thing that we get, we can do good or we can do bad. But then knowing the ethical part of it, why they should be done, that's the reason there's always there should be this part where people won't misuse the new technologies which we get, right? So I would say, like, I shouldn't be discussing, but then we can use the immutability concept for many bad things, for the data which should not be gone out, personal photos or videos of people, or maybe like these morphed videos or so. When we give a complaint, police and all, they try to remove everything from the internet. But in a blockchain technology, we have a thing called immutability, with which you cannot remove no matter what. So don't you think that is going to actually, it's not ethical, right? That will actually affect the person, and it's not a good thing. It's not an ethical move. So there can be many people who will use these technologies for every bad thing possible. So inculcating the concepts of ethical thinking into students will help them use the technology in a very better manner. So let's discuss about how to do this activity. Yeah, before we go on, I didn't get even one single answer about what was ethical implications. I hope you will be answering. Anyways, I'll just continue. So the materials. Okay, the materials and all will keep going, but then let's come to this main. So here, the scenario which we are going to give them is, a university wants to implement a new voting system for its student council elections using blockchain technology. So they are tasked to design the system while addressing ethical concerns. So here, what might be the ethical concerns? So first thing, issue of privacy, security and fairness. So first thing, the privacy of the voter should be there, and the security that no votes are removed or like they are taken care of, and the fairness, whoever wins should be winning fairly and not by cheating. Yeah, one second, so we can talk about this one. So first one, how it works. So the blockchain voting system, okay. So the in first thing we have the thing called voting boxes. Each classroom has a special voting box where students can cast their vote. Okay, meanwhile I got an answer about ethical implication. It refers to the potential consequence or impact, whether positive or negative, that arise from the technologies. So it is it refers to the potential consequences or impact. About it mostly refers to the impact, where the outcome will be positive or negative, that is with the technology. So by putting up a concept of ethical concerns, we are going to put up a concept into the students that they should be using or going for the ethical part, for the good part, for the positive part of whatever technology they are using. So thank you so much, Samina, for being a very active member of the class and answering all the questions. Anyway, so I will just keep going. First of all, each classroom has a special voting box where students can cast their votes. These boxes are like magical treasure chests that keep all the votes safe and secret until the time of count. So every classroom has a special voting box where no other student can enter into that. Second one, blockchain ballots. Instead of paper ballots, students receive special digital tokens called blockchain ballots. So here it's not a paper. It can be a paper if you are doing this activity at school, where let's say we are using one colored paper, and everybody's, let's say there are 3 roles, so they are contesting for the school people leader, one is contesting for the secretary, and one is contesting for the sports management or so they can be different roles, right? So each role will have like each type of coin. Like for the captain it is green in color, and whoever they want to vote will be written accordingly. So each blockchain, like that's what blockchain ballot, which represents, each ballot represents one vote, and it's like a secret code that only voter knows. So let's say there's a unique number on each coin, each blockchain ballot, and I got one more answer. The potential moral consequences that arise from certain actions, decisions or situations. Moral consequences, that's a very perfect word to use, Anjum, thank you so much. The moral consequences. So here you will have to take a call, you will have to take a decision about what should be done and what should not be done according to the situation. So that's the consequences that might arise, especially in the technology, when we are trying to use the new technology. So coming back to this, so each person will be getting one coin, and of course for each role. So now when we go to this casting the votes, when student wants to vote, they can go to their classroom voting box and whisper their vote to the teacher or voting helper. So let it be a teacher here. The teacher gives them a blockchain ballot token, like a special coin, to put in the voting box. So let's say each person has a different the name is written inside, or the name is on the coin about each person, but you can just see the coin color and nobody can see what is actually inside. So now, but how is it transparent and secure? The voting boxes are made of clear material, so everyone can see the blockchain ballots going in, but nobody can see which student put it in which ballot. So this makes sure that votes are secret and nobody can cheat. First of all, we will not reveal the identity of the person putting it inside, but it's transparent in the boxes that how many votes have been casted and to whom how many votes have been there. It's all secure. So every transaction is been already noted down. So the moment a person votes, right? So that is one. Next, let's keep going. Next, blockchain recording. Each time a blockchain ballot is put into the voting box, it's recorded on a special digital ledger. So as we were speaking before, blockchain is nothing but one big one big book of all the transactions in one place. So just like that, every time a person casts his or her vote, we are going to record it on a special digital ledger, and where that everyone can see, but not with the names, not with the person who's voting or so this digital ledger is shared with all the teachers and students, so everyone knows how many votes each candidate has. So let's say they are contesting for 3 roles. So everybody has 3 votes, right? Like the number of people who are contesting might be different, but the 3 roles, the 3 responsibilities they are going to take up, right? So once one is done, it is noted down. Once this person votes for vice president, it's noted down or so. So that is one. Next, counting the votes. After the voting is done, all teachers come together and count the votes by looking at the digital ledger. Because the ledger is so secure, nobody can change the votes or cheat. This makes sure the election results are fair and accurate. So let's relate this to our regular activities which we can be doing in our in our classes when we are going to teach. So let's say we ask the students to design one system, and maybe if they're not able to, we come up with our own concept like this, where we'll ask them to make a special transparent box. So when we discuss about this, let's say each slip, let's say pink color is for the captain, green color is for the secretary, and a red color is for the sports. So these 3 colored papers will be there, but for whoever they want to vote, they can write their name in and they will close it. So but it's transparent, the box is transparent. Let's say for the color is same, so you never know to whom they voted, and every paper has one unique number. So when a person enters and gets the token, in the digital ledger it's noted down that this number has been voted, but not with the name of who voted it. So as the boxes are transparent and the person who will be voting will not be seen by anybody, he or she will just simply put it in the ballot box. And now, even if there is somebody who's trying to cheat, now that we know the unique number whichever we have is only 1, and once the unique number is going to be casting the vote, we have it in our digital ledger. So is there any chance that a person can do fraud by adding more votes? No. And is there any chance that a fraud can take place? No. And as it is transparent, everybody knows how much % of voting has been done, right? So that way we can actually have an example of blockchain technology into real world. So let's see about the results. Once the voters are counted, the winner of the elections is announced to the whole school, because the system is transparent and secure, and everyone can trust that the winner is the one who got the most votes. Can we say that? Yeah. So let's keep going. The benefits. What all benefits? Like what all things we made sure? First thing, privacy. Students' votes are kept secret, so nobody knows who voted for who. Next, we also made sure there's fraud prevention. That is, the blockchain technology ensures that nobody can cheat or tamper with the votes, because there's a unique number which is not again assigned to one single person. So here I have a question. So let's say we go with the ID cards, and once the ID card number, they will vote. So it's very easy to understand who voted, right? The privacy of the student is already out. You can't say the privacy of who voted for whom is also easily understood. So here, first thing, there's no privacy that if we have the ID cards, but having unique numbers on the ballot coins or ballot papers which they are going to vote will actually ensure the privacy of the student who is voting. Then, as everything has its own unique number, there is no way students can tamper it or add anything extra, and only we know what all we have in the digital ledger, how many things we have, how many numbers we have, that also only we know. And the next part is accountability. Because the voting system is transparent and recorded on the blockchain ledger, that's what I was saying, everyone can see the elections was fair and honest. So even, let's say, even if some other person is randomly putting 3-4 unique numbers into it, now that we have a digital ledger where only the casted votes are noted down, even if they're extra, they are easily identified. So isn't this a nice system for us? I mean, this can work only in schools. Again, in regular elections or so, this might not work, right? So let's go to the conclusion. With blockchain voting boxes, you can have fun and fair elections where everyone's voice is heard and nobody has to worry about cheating or unfairness. So this is like having a magical voting system that keeps our democracy safe and secure. So now I'm coming up with one more activity where it's with blockchain management. So for this one, I know this is, I mean, like I've taught A 1 plus 2 and I'm asking you to do 4 plus 4. But then I think this one you should be answering me. Anyways, the objective is students need to explore ethical consideration in designing a blockchain based supply chain management where it is a multinational corporation. So let's say in a supply chain, what is supply chain? We already discussed about it, that it's like first it starts with planning and then sourcing and then manufacturing and then delivery and then returns. So this is nothing but a supply chain and how to track them, how is it happening, what is the things we can use. We have already did it in use cases as well as a separate concept in supply chain. So here, what might be the ethical challenges they might be facing in the supply chain management? So first thing, they'll have to design and explore what are the challenges they'll be facing. And then, so when we talk about this activity, first thing, when we are doing it in the classroom scenario, first we will introduce what is blockchain, but just a repetition in order to keep all the points clear, and how we have, as we already discussed in the previous class, how we applied this into supply chain management. So here, the 3 things which we should focus on in supply chain is transparency, traceability and efficiency, because efficiency is the most required thing in our blockchain technology, where we are talking about smart contracts also. So transparency, traceability and efficiency should be the 3 major things that needs to be taken care of. So how they are going to discuss what is the ethical issue. So here, what can be the ethical issues? That, like these 3 examples you'll have to take and let the students, of course, right now you will be having to tell me what else ethical issues in supply chain can be happening. So here, labor rights, environmental sustainability and fair trade. Labor rights in the sense, let's say I made a very big code which is added into my smart contracts and the company is using it, let's say, like for hundreds of times, and where I brainstormed my idea, I came up with the innovation, so I should be able to get a benefit out of it. Or maybe the company cannot ask me to do certain set of things, or like they are things, so these come under the labor rights. And then environmental sustainability, this might be like let's say, as there's a concept called immutability, you'll have to store every single thing even if the data is changed again. So that means it is going to use up a lot of energy as well. And is it sustaining, like because of the challenges faced in the supply chain, is it sustainable or not? And then fair trade. So I want you all to come up with 2 to 3 ideas. Anyways, I will just give a brief about all the things which we are having right now. Yet my question would be that you should be coming up with few concepts about how what are the ethical issues in supply chain, and what are the challenges, and how should we tackle them, what should be taken care of first or so. So here a hypothetical scenario is nothing but a multinational corporation wants to implement a blockchain based system to improve transparency and traceability. So students are tasked to design the system while addressing ethical concerns. So we'll divide them into groups or so, and they'll be brainstorming their ideas about features and what should be they considering or so. So they should, and yeah. So here, once they come up with their own ideas, their own benefits, their own risks, here students can research, they can have a case study of companies that have implemented blockchain in their supply chain and analyze their ethical implications. Students can debate the ethical considerations, because see, when it comes to this ethical part, everybody might have their own point of views. Everybody will have their own, for one person it might look as right, and for the other person it might look wrong. So here ethical considerations, like, they should be discussed among them in order to come up with which is right, which is wrong. This can be also a small little debate, but end of the day they should accept with one single point. So they can debate about ethical considerations of blockchain technology in supply chain management, taking on different roles, example company executives, workers, right advocates, environmental activists. So this is about the activity which you can tell. Generally the voting system is the best one if they are too young or so, but if they are little big, try to go with the supply chain, and that extension can actually help them. So the time is anyways 12 o'clock. So here I want you all to, as we have 15 more minutes, I want you all to ask me if you have any questions, and if there are no questions also, please put up a thing that you don't have any questions. So this is my sincere request. Please put up if you have any questions, that you have questions. If not, please put up a message that you don't have questions, so that we can end the session accordingly. If you have even a single small question, please let me know. Interactive. If there are no questions also, please put up a message called there are no questions, and if you have questions also, please let me know. Response no questions, I request you all to put the same. So I consider there are no questions and I'll be ending the session now. So thank you so much for being interactive. Try to be more interactive, and also from your side, please put up a request about the Google Meet where we can make even the online sessions more interactive. So yeah, that'll be great. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our new session of cloud computing. I hope you are there with me. Please answer that so that I can start today's lecture. Okay, so let's start today's lecture. So today I'll start with activity. So I'll give you one link. So please go open that link. So I'll tell you what you need to do with that link. Okay, so open that link. That is an article which is written about security, how the firewalls works. Okay, these are all few things they mentioned in the article. So I just want to read the article. I'll give some time for you. Once you read the article, I'll ask few questions. You need to answer the questions. Then I can start today's lecture. I'll take it forward. Okay, I hope you are ready for that. So just I'll share the link. Everyone please do the activity. It is very important and required to get hands on. I'll also open the link. You can see here as well. Please go through that. Just read this article. I'll show you what to read. So start from here. This is the article, like what are the things mentioned in the article. Then start reading from here. Consequences of data breach. Okay, recent data breach attacks. What are the attacks happened in the recent days? Okay, so you start from here. Yeah, I hope you can see the screen and start reading. Open in your systems as well. Yes, I hope you are doing the activity. Please let me know, please. Make sure that you are doing the activity so that it will help you. So it is practical session, we need to do activity. So once we complete this activity, I'll again come back to the lecture. I'll tell you where we stopped. Okay, so till 12:45 we'll wait. Till 12:45 we'll wait. So till then you try to complete. Then I'll start asking questions. So once we complete 2-3 questions, we'll go forward. Okay. Okay, I hope you read the article. I think you have completed, I think. So please respond in a group if you have completed article. Now let's get start with the questions. So I'll ask few questions from the same article. So I'll ask a few questions from the article so that you need to answer the questions. Then only I get to know how you are reading, what you are reading exactly, right? So okay. So my first question is common causes of data breaches. So I need answers from you. So let me put in the chat the question I have posted in the chat. So now you tell me answers for the question common causes of data breaches. I need responses from you guys, please. If you are not responding, I can't move forward. I need responses from you so that only I can move forward. Yeah, malware is one answer. Okay. What are the other causes? We have a few causes. You can just refer to the article and you can answer me at least. Any other answers? I'm waiting for your answers for the question. What are the common causes of data breaches? No answers from you? Social engineering, okay. So you can see here, these are the causes of data breaches. Okay, malware, social engineering, malicious insiders, application, weak and stolen credentials. So we need to keep in mind, if we don't want to leak our data, if we want to keep our data private, we need to maintain these all things. We should not give credentials to anyone, or applications to be managed and accepted which are required, and regular updates and these things we have to do. Some malware softwares, when we install some unwanted software in our system, there is a chance of they can attack our system data which is present in. And social engineering is like, we need to perform actions of keeping security policies. So those are the things we need to follow, and if you are not doing this, that can cause data breaches. And I have one more question. What are the 4 ways to prevent data breach? So now we know how data breach can happen. So now tell me how we can prevent the data breach. There is any methods to prevent the data breach? What are the methods? Yes, any answers? You have read the paper, right? Please answer. Yes, data backup is one good answer. If we back up our data, someone stole our data also, we have our data backup so that we can get our data back. Okay, one more answer, vulnerability assessment. Cool. Okay, so what is mean by implementing least privilege means, let's say if we have a company where one guy is a developer, so there is a restricted information which is required for the developer itself, and he doesn't want any other information which is required for the tester or which is required for the business person, right? So we need to make sure that how much required for the required person, only we need to give that required amount of control to us, to access or to control. So we need to give that particular amount of control to the particular person. Then we can keep that, make sure that the data will not leak, no one can access that, so our data will be prevented. Is any other answers? Why only 1 or 2 people are answering? Why, what about the other people? They are not listening to the class? Okay, so with this understanding, with this article, So now we'll go to the today's topic. So before going to today's topic, I'll show you one thing. Okay. So this is what we learned yesterday. At the end of the session, I just told you what is firewall and types of firewall. So tell me now, what are the types of firewalls we have? There are different types. How many types we have and what are those? Please guys, I need answer because yesterday we completed the session. Yes, good answer. Host based and network based firewalls we have. What is firewall? Someone tell me what is firewall? I want response from you. What is firewall? Okay. Anyway, so I'm not getting any responses from you. So let's get start from today's topic. So yesterday we learned about what is firewall and types of firewall. So I'll show you today with a good example and how exactly the information will pass through the network and how the firewall will protect between private and public or two different identities. So let's go into the today's topic, firewall. So how it works means, let's say we have two different users of WhatsApp. So one is me and one is my friend. So I want to send a message to he or she. So when I want to send a message to he or she, first the information starts from the source. He is the source who is initiating the chat. So when the person is initiating the chat, what it will start initiating with few identities and it will reach the destination, and once it reaches the destination, we will get a confirmation from the destination, yes, I reached the information. So how it goes, when the source sends the information, it will receive to the destination. Once it receives the destination gives the notification that okay, I received the information. So now how it passes, the information how it passes, and when the information is passing through the network, what are the things it will contain? I'll show that now. So first, whenever we start chatting in the WhatsApp, first we'll open the contact. Whoever you want to send a message. So when we open the contact will have its own IP address. So that IP address, we attach that as a destination address. Whenever there is no destination, the message will not reach anywhere. So first we need to define who are the destination, whom we need to send it. So once we decide whom we need to send it, we need to attach also from where we are sending. Whenever we are sending a post, Physically, when we are sending a post, we have a sender address and we also have a receiver address. Same way, we have a source address and destination address, which is sender and receiver. So after attaching these two addresses, then we'll go for something called IP. Something we attach packets. So that packets will contain the information. The packets will contain the information. The information will start moving from the source and reach the destination. So how it works? So the source address, source IP, we attach here, and we attach the destination address, and we also attach the information. So these three things will move from the source and receive to the destination. So whenever it start moving from source to destination, the information will be secured in the network. Once the person from source starts sending the message, until the destination receives the message, no one can see that. Okay. But there is something called firewalls in between these two persons. So I'll tell you why we use firewalls. Okay. So when the source started sending the message from the source address, we put something called firewalls in between source address and destination address. How this firewall help means, let's say I am from a company. I don't want all the mails. I want only required mails. Only whoever I have given the access. And also we have one more example called WhatsApp. Let's say some WhatsApp, we put the security that if there is a contact in my contact list, directly send the message to my WhatsApp. If there is no contact, if he or she is an unknown person who is sending the message, please notify me that he is a person, who is a person. So we'll store that, see, he is a destination. They will store the required information in the firewalls. Whenever the information starts moving from the source to the destination, we stopped something called firewalls. So there is information already there defined by the destination. So when the information reaches the firewall, it will check with the data which is provided by the destination, and it will, if it is authorized data, if it say okay, yes, it is good data, you can receive, then only the destination person will receive the data. If he shares something called save the data in the firewall, that is like if he is unknown person, please block the number, block the information. So when the same information starts moving from the source to the destination, there is something called firewall. Then firewall says no, it is unauthorized user, and there is something not required data. So it says no. When the firewall says no, the firewall will block the information which is moving from the source, and it will block, it will not send forward to the destination. So which is, once the message receives to the destination, if there is no firewall, the cause of data breach, the cause of security will be removed, because if they send any link to the destination, if they open it, some things the source can have an access to information which is there in the destination IP. If there is a firewall which protecting us from the malware functions, so that there is a security for us where our information will not go out of our premises. So that is how the firewalls will help us when we are keeping the firewalls in the network or somewhere. So moving forward, I told something called layers. We have 7 layers. Those are network layers. Those 7 network layers, we have few layers where we can keep firewalls. Okay, so those firewalls, let's say I'll show you where to keep. Let's say we have 7 layers. We can keep 4 firewall securities for the information. If one breaks, other will help us to protect. So there are different levels of firewalls. One level of firewall is in the application, which is in the application layer, and in the sessional layer we can have a stateful inspection. It will inspect, okay, this is what happening, do we need to send it or something. And we also have circuit level firewall. Circuit level firewall means we have a network, we are transporting the information from one place to another place. When we are transporting the information to one place to another place, the circuit firewall will protect the information coming from the public network. When the information is start coming from the public to private, the firewall will help us which information to allow to the private network. There is something called packet. So this packet firewall will help us in the level of data, which because the packets are things which protect our data, which helps us to move our data in the network. So this packet filtering firewall will help us which packets, which information to allow, which to not to allow. These things will taken care by the packet firewall. So whole 7 layers, we have 4 layers of security with the firewalls, which protects in the different layers for different information. So I hope you understand this firewall and where we keep the firewall in layers. Yes, I need response from you. Any doubts from till here? Please answer. If you have any doubts, I will clarify. Yes, I am waiting for your questions. All clear? So these are the 4 firewalls we use in different layers of computer networking. So okay, if you don't have questions, I have questions for you. In which layer I'll ping in the chat. In which layer stateful inspection firewall will be there? Okay, I have sent a question for you. I need answers from you. If you don't have any questions, right? So it means everything is clear. In which layer stateful inspection firewall is placed? Yes, no answers from you, so that you didn't understand anything. No, circuit level firewall is also a one layer firewall. We keep it in one more layer. I am asking that no. Circuit layer firewall is different. In which layer we keep a stateful inspection firewall? I hope my question is clear. Okay, so I'll show you the answer. So this stateful inspection firewall we can keep in the layer between sessional layer and presentation layer. No, I think I know you are getting answers from Google 3 and 4, but that is not the correct. So stateful inspection firewall will keep in the between sessional layer and presentation layer. So on top of the sessional layer we have a stateful inspection firewall. Okay, I have one more question. Where we keep, in which layer we keep the packet filtering firewall? In which layer packet filtering firewall is placed? Don't try to get the answers from Google. No, it is not in fourth layer. Packet filtering firewall is placed at the point of data link layer. That is not in the fourth layer, that is in the second layer. So application was seventh layer, stateful inspection is between fifth and sixth layer, Circuit level firewall will kept in the fourth layer. Packet filtering firewall will be between network and data link layers, because the data starts between network and data, right? So these, between these two, we filter the data, what data to enter into the network, what data to come from the network. So this packet filtering firewall is placed in the second layer. I hope you cleared. Yes or no? Any other doubts? Okay. What is, you have any doubts? Okay, so just give me 1 minute. I will show you one video which is about this firewall inspections at the layers level. Just give me 1 minute.
Should I choose them or the open model? How does
Okay, so just brief this video so you'll get to know.
how is data sent over the internet? What does that have to do with the OSI model? How does TCP/IP fit into this? Let's take a look. The OSI model, or the Open Systems Interconnect model, is a theoretical framework that provides one way of thinking about networking. It splits the network communication between two devices on a network into 7 abstraction layers. The physical layer is the bottommost layer. It is responsible for transmitting raw bits of data across a physical connection. The data link layer is the second layer. It takes the raw bits from the physical layer and organizes them into frames. It ensures that the frames are delivered to the correct destination. The Ethernet primarily lives in this layer. The network layer is the third layer. It is responsible for routing data frames across different networks. The IP part of TCP/IP is a well-known example of this layer. The transport layer is the fourth layer. It handles end-to-end communication between two nodes. This is the layer where TCP and UDP live. TCP provides reliable end-to-end communication between devices. It does this by dividing the data into small, manageable segments and sending each segment individually. Each segment has a sequence number attached to it. The receiving end uses the sequence numbers to reassemble the data in the correct order. TCP also provides error checking to make sure that the data was not corrupted during transmission. UDP is another popular protocol in the transport layer. It is similar to TCP, but it is simpler and faster. Unlike TCP, UDP does not provide the same level of error checking or reliability. It simply sends packets of data from one device to another. The receiving end is responsible for determining whether the packets were received correctly. If an error is detected, the receiving end simply discards the packet. The remaining layers are session, presentation, and application layers. This is where the OSI model loses its usefulness in practice. They are too fine-grained and do not really reflect reality. In general, it is sufficient to collapse them into a single layer and consider application protocols like HTTP as simply layer 7 protocols. Now let's go through an example and examine how data moves through the layers when transmitting over the network. When a user sends an HTTP request to a web server over the network, the HTTP header is added to the data at the application layer. Then, a TCP header is added to the data. It is encapsulated into TCP segments at the transport layer. The header contains the source port, destination port, and sequence number. The segments are then encapsulated with an IP header at the network layer. The IP header contains the source and destination IP addresses. A MAC header is added to the data link layer with the source and destination MAC addresses. It is worth noting that in the real world, this is a bit nuanced. The MAC addresses are usually not the MAC address of the sending and the receiving ends. They are the MAC addresses of the routing devices in the next hop of a usually long journey across the internet. The encapsulated frames are sent over the network in raw bits in the physical layer. When the web server receives the raw bits from the network, it reverses the process. The headers are removed layer by layer, and eventually the web server processes the HTTP request. To conclude, the OSI model is one way of thinking about networks. Its primary purpose is educational. Even though the layers don't fit the real-world use cases perfectly, they are still widely used by networking vendors and cloud providers as a shorthand to describe where the networking products sit in the OSI model. For example, cloud load balancers are broadly divided into two categories, L4 and L7. An L7 load balancer is a shorthand to mean that the load balancer operates at the application protocol layer like HTTP or HTTPS.
I hope you understand what exactly the layers works. So when the layers are working for different things, we need security for those layers. So that is the reason why the firewalls are integrated in these layers of different formats. Like one layer is doing other work, one layer is giving other information. So every layer required a firewall, but that is not necessary. If we protect these major 4 layers, and also one thing, physical layer is done by the human being, so that is the reason we'll not protect it by the firewalls. So that thing to be taken by the human beings. So other 4 layers are required, and it is very important to keep in the application when the data is roaming in the network. Yeah, I hope you clear with this topic. Yes or no? If you are clear with this topic, please say yes, or if no, please. Yes, you are clear with the topic? So okay, so if you are clear with the topic, if you have any doubts, you can ask from any session we have completed. So we'll do it few Q&A session, so I can clarify your doubts. So for tomorrow agenda is I'm going to start topic called encryption and decryption, key exchange things. So that is very interesting topic. So I hope you will attend the class for tomorrow. So for today, if you have any doubts, any questions, any queries, not required, not necessary from this topic, any topic related to cloud computing till now, we have covered some topics. So if you have any doubt, you can ask. Yeah. So which is the best layer to keep firewall? So it depends on again what thing you are doing. Let's say if you have an application or if you are only using a different thing. So it depends on what kind of information you are sharing or what kind of information you are retrieving back. So I suggest if you go for the 4 layers, that could be better. But I suggest if you are not doing that thing, when you are in the circuit level, okay, when you are in the circuit level where the information come from the private and private and public exchange will be happen in the transport layer. So if you keep the firewall at the transport layer, what happens? The information which is coming from the public to the private will stop there. So there is no chance of someone to enter into the private network and access our data. So I would say I would suggest circuit level firewall is the best layer to keep firewall, but not only one firewall we need to keep, because if one firewall attacks or damage, whole 7 layers can access to the hackers. So that is the reason we used to keep multiple layers of firewall in multiple levels to protect the different data from different layers. So yes, I think your question is clear. Your doubt is clear, I hope. Any other questions? Any other doubts? Please guys respond for this Q&A. This Q&A is particularly allocated for us to discuss the questions, to clarify your doubts. So please be more active in this Q&A. I'll wait for more 5 to 10 minutes so you can clarify your doubts. And also today I will share one assessment with you which is related to designing an architecture or flow diagram of any one application, where you need to include few things which we have covered till now. So I hope everyone will do the assessment. So if you do the assessment, I can also know what things to explain again, where to do the things. I'll get some clarity on that. So I request everyone to do the assessment as well. If you don't have any doubts, so we can wind up. I'll wait for more 2 to 3 minutes. So yeah.